Kia ora, and welcome to the 73rd International Communication Association Conference, Pacific Regional Hub 2023, hosted by Centre for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation, Massey University, Aotearoa, New Zealand, on centering indigeneity, methodologies of decolonization. I, Debalina Dutta, am excited to introduce an excellent lineup of speakers who would be presenting their papers. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Leon Salter, who will be presenting the first paper of the day.
Kia ora, thanks, Debalina.
He's frozen.
We cannot hear you.
I think we lost you, Leon. We can't hear you or see you.
Hey, sorry, the internet connection's really bad.
Same thing again.
So the comprehensive government response to COVID-19 was oriented around the discourse of the team of 5 million. But that negated the experiences of many on the margins, such as platform workers, who lacked employment protections or rights while being unofficially classed as essential workers. And they had heightened health. You want me to start again? But introduce the paper that me and myself and Mohan have written, the Techno-Political Structural Platform Work, Precarity and Communication Inequality in Aotearoa, New Zealand during COVID-19. So the comprehensive government response to COVID-19 was recognised globally. Economic support packages oriented around the discourse of a team of 5 million. But wasn't experienced universally. Platform workers were unofficially classed as essential workers while lacking basic employment protections or rights, while being expected to sort of work through many of the lockdowns where most of us were safe at home in our homes. They had to work, often had to work because otherwise they wouldn't get paid, with heightened health risks and economic precarity. And at the same time, they lacked the collective communicative infrastructure to voice that situation. So for the culture-centered approach, theories of emancipatory social change must locate within the nexus of structure, culture, and agency. But culture is the site where voices from the margins gain agency to break apart those oppressive structures. And when the techno-political structure is kind of economic alliance of big tech and governments shapes to constrain that agency and constrain that voice becomes a problem. Whereas the dominant view situates technology as outside of society and politics. The idea of the techno-political structure includes the idea that technological infrastructure is far from neutral, but it's shaped by political choices. In other words, the light tech touch regulation that's been crucial for the gig economy's growth, and the kind of lobbying that's been illustrated in the recent Uber files, revealing the kind of secret lobbying operation Uber have been employed in their early days to sort of conquer the world. And then once they get big, they cement that hegemonic position through the technological affordances, things like network effects, where they get so big, they create sort of networks together, which prevents other platforms emerging. And then they use that size to collect massive amounts of data, and instead of that data being publicly available, it's used for private profit. And then they use that data as well for algorithmic management, the sort of manipulation of the workers to be in the right place and at the right time. In other words, they become powerful political actors. And that structure creates what we call communication inequality. It's a concept that's been mostly applied to health communication. In the CCA includes that health communication definition, which talks about lack of access to crucial health information or inequitous access. Goes beyond, CCA goes beyond that, talk about lack of access to voice infrastructure, which creates agency and has effects on material positioning, status, and well-being. So onto the empirical section. We did 25 Zoom interviews with rideshare and delivery workers. They were in depth, between 45 and 90 minutes. Employing the CCA approach, deep listening with humility and reflexivity. Talking about their health problems, their political questions and solutions. So we had 4 themes, which were information restriction, indirect management, unilateral term setting, and precaritization. Firstly, information restriction, talking about how the techno-political structure actually works to restrict crucial information that drivers need to make money on the platform. Specifically with Uber, when they accept the ride on their phone, when they're offered the ride on their phone, they're not given all the information that's needed. They're only given sort of the name of the passenger and the location they need to pick up. They're not given the information, other information like where the passenger is going, e.g. how long the trip is going to be and how profitable it's going to be. As this driver, Isaac, is their pseudonym, they're saying, when we accept trips, we're not told what the destination is. All we get told is how many minutes away is the pickup, the destination from where we are, so we don't know where they're going until we pick them up when we start the trip. And that becomes even worse of a problem, as it's not just economic or place information that becomes channeled through the platform, through the structure, but it's also health information and specifically COVID information, COVID health information during the COVID crisis. And whereas other employees might get sort of training on what to do, how to keep themselves safe during the COVID crisis, they got it all through the platform, which is via emails. So as Isaac's saying, again, we've got emails and stuff saying, you know, wear a mask and hand sanitizer, pretty basic stuff. And the suggestion not to use their air conditioning, but to have air coming from outside. And again, Keenan here, who worked for Delivereasy, which is a New Zealand delivery platform, when I asked them, did he get any training? Wouldn't say training. We got like an email from the boss about how deliveries can be run during the lockdown, and it was maintained a very individualized approach about maintaining their own personal hygiene through the use of sanitizer and masks, which of course they'd have to pay for themselves as independent contractors. But there's also indirect management, which includes algorithmic management, is reduced to that. It's also loyalty schemes. So there's both the carrot of incentives and the stick of threats and discipline. It's like Uber Pro, which is like a loyalty scheme, which allows access to crucial information that I mentioned earlier, but only if they're part of the loyalty scheme and they build up through the status tiers. And the problem with that is in order to get those higher status tiers, they have to like have a low cancellation rate. And if they have a low cancellation rate, that means taking unprofitable jobs. So again, reducing their ability to make a sustainable living. And the dealings with Uber and the other platforms were very dehumanized and automated. If they went up status tiers with Uber Pro, the privilege of actually getting to speak to a human being at a call center. Otherwise, they'd have to speak to an AI bot. But it gave the overall impression of a kind of unhuman, immovable, oblique structure that they didn't question. As Finlay's putting it here, you just sort of went along with the structure because there was no possibility of pushing back, of having a conversation, of having a dialogue, or having a complaint, or you know, bargaining. With just got on with the structure and got on with it. As you're saying, you know this and you don't question that. That's kind of like how it is for you. You're part of it. You're part of this kind of dehumanized structure. You know how this is going to be, so you sort of like it or lump it. There's no point. There's no human component to question. There's no one to question. And that's sort of linked to the unilateral term setting, like where you would have in an employment relationship where you might be a member of the union and have collective bargaining rights, or even with an individual agreement, you would have some kind of like negotiation skills. But with Uber, there's no negotiation because it's more like on social media, when you use social media and you click yes or no to accepting the terms and conditions, accept, and then if you click no, you basically can't use the platform anymore. And the difference is, to Facebook, it means not being able to chat to your friends, but with an Uber driver, it means losing your job. It means not having income if you click no. So basically, you either, as Finlay was saying, you either yes, you agree, you get on with it, or you no, and you're off the platform. And monologic rather than dialogic drivers as partners with no bargaining or consultative. Do they sort of do it in this kind of obvious way? They change the terms and conditions where you said yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. They might also tweak the algorithm without actually the drivers even knowing about it, which changes their terms and conditions. Many drivers said that when they came in, it seemed like they were getting a lot more money for their drives and their deliveries. And then as time went on, they'd slowly decrease the rate at what they'd get paid. But it was a kind of subtle, slow decrease, so they would hardly notice. And the fourth theme is precaritization. This is very noticeable over COVID, where rideshare income declined, obviously because a lot of people were traveling around a lot less during the lockdowns, but also after the lockdowns when people were concerned about COVID. And their income became much more unpredictable. Many drivers before COVID relied on surge pricing, which is when in an area where there's a shortage, where there's a high demand and shortage of drivers of supply, that the rate that they would get paid would go up 3 or 4 times their normal rate, and that was the only time where they'd make a good profit. Otherwise, at the standard rate, they'd only be just about breaking even. But COVID meant that the number of surge pricing was decreased substantially. There'd be hardly any surge pricing about, and where you would find it would be a lot less predictable. The delivery drivers we spoke to, even then, while a lot of people were ordering food from their homes and requiring food delivery, you think it would be a boom to delivery drivers. Even then, a lot of them, they got sucked in with the promise of like high amounts of work and a lot of money, and that they could make a lot of money. But then, as I mentioned, they'd come in and they're getting paid a high rate, and then the algorithm would get tweaked and their pay would go down and down. And also, they weren't compensated for the increased risk of working in a pandemic and their liabilities for rideshare drivers, for Uber drivers having an expensive car. Because of the economic pressures, they were pressured to take shortcuts. There might not be, so which caused increased risk, health and safety risk. They'd go over the speed limit, or they'd park in a legal spot, something like that, or they might not do contactless delivery because they want to just rush and get as many deliveries done in a short space of time. So conclusions, the platform is a place of employment, but also the site of the information distribution, which gives the platforms undue control over workers, allows them to use that kind of techno-political structure to really impose their control over workers, giving them few spaces for resistance or dialogue. And the negotiations of that techno-political structure by the drivers were shaped by their communication inequality, which sediments their precarity and therefore their material inequality. And their exploitative conditions, already pretty exploitative before the pandemic, were exasperated by the pandemic crisis, by their situation as independent contractors with few employment rights and no bargaining. On the other hand, all techno-political structures are contingent. They can be challenged, and this is what we're seeing at the moment. New Zealand drivers are turning to the court to support their union and First Union, and they're beginning to win employment rights in a court case. But there is a long way to go for them to get sort of real employment rights to redress that communication inequality and material. Okay, thank you very much. That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salter, for your presentation. And now I would like to open the floor for questions from our audience who are online. From here across the room, if you have any questions for Dr. Salter.
Yep, go ahead,
Yep,
Babu.
please.
Thank you, Leon, for your nice presentation. You have mentioned techno-political structures have political. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. You have mentioned techno-political structures have political choices. So would you please give some examples? in case of COVID-19?
Yeah, I guess yeah. The point I was trying to make was, yeah, whereas technology is normally seen as kind of as neutral and acting on society and politics from the outside, you know, it, it that kind of hides the fact that the way that technology impacts society because of political choices and companies like Uber, these delivery companies, these platforms are allowed to kind of just the regulation around them has been very kind of like touch the government. I mean, Uber's been around for over 10 years, and the regulatory system really hasn't caught up with that. And as we can see with the lobbying, that's been a lot. There's been a lot. There's been kind of political choices around that. A lot of people have been saying, "Oh, the legal system's very slow to catch up," but shouldn't take 10 years for us to sort of being able to actually create some regulations and an independent contractor. And as we've said, again, Labour have decided recently not to implement the much needed update to our contractor laws, which were very out of date, even though they've got the information there that they need. And so it's like the idea is because these platforms create economic growth, they create jobs, they don't want to regulate and help these people, which are kind of left to their own.
We have lost the connection, I think.
We lost Leon.
Right, looks like we've lost Dr. Leon Salter. But thank you very much for presenting that, Dr. Salter, and we look forward to hearing more about your findings. We will be taking a break, and we will be coming back a little bit later, so just stay online and you'll be able to see the schedule coming up. And it looks like our next talk will be at 11 o'clock. Wonderful, so hope to see you there. Thank you.
Welcome to Part B of Day 1 ICA Pacific Regional Hub 2023, and I am excited to present my paper on Ventriloquism Sensemaking of Palliative Care and Graduate Medical Education by Physicians in Abu Dhabi. I am delighted to present this with my co-authors Halah, Ibrahim, and Thana, Harhara, and I hope that I'd be able to do justice to the amazing work that I have pitched in. So, palliative care is a specialized type of medical care that focuses or anchors focus on improving patients' quality of life by providing relief and helping to alleviate the stress. Early referral to palliative care services has been shown to alleviate pain and symptoms and improve the quality of life for patients and their caregivers while decreasing healthcare costs. The human and economic ramifications of providing high-quality palliative care services warrant further investigation into how future doctors are being trained and assessed in end-of-life care. Research has shown that medical students who receive formal education in palliative medicine display more confidence and professionalism in providing end-of-life care. Research has also noted that physicians who underwent training in palliative and end of care were more comfortable with essential decision making in their practice. As the world's population ages and the prevalence of non-communicable diseases increases, all medical trainees will need to develop the skills to manage dying patients and their families. In response, educators globally have called for the development and implementation of medical curricula to better equip medical students and residents with the knowledge and skills to provide end-of-life care. Studies also reveal a fragmented and inconsistent approach to palliative care communication training, resulting in future physician workforce that lacks the preparedness and expertise to communicate with palliative patients. However, previous studies have focused simply on whether or not medical schools and residency programs worldwide offer palliative care education for their trainees, with recommendations for curricular reform. And these simplistic supply and demand logistics essentially neglect many important dimensions of palliative care training. And this is particularly relevant in the non-European context, where medical education is tied to structural and cultural context. For instance, Ibrahim and Harhara note that in the teaching hospitals of United Arab Emirates, the residency program directors face multiple barriers in addition to a lack of a formal palliative care curriculum, including cultural and structural challenges. In this study, I, along with my co-authors, offer a ventriloquism approach to describe how physicians in an academic medical center make sense of their own understanding of palliative care education and the pathways that circumvent the traditional meaning-making tropes in structured medical education. Ventriloquism is a creation of an illusion in which a person pretends that a prop possesses a voice, as Curran states. Akin to how ventriloquists make their dummy figure do something, we aim to understand how palliative care educators draw upon ideologies, concepts, or objects to communicate the importance and skills of palliative care to their residents so that the silence around the end of care is addressed. Given Curran's contention that everything can speak, we analyze how and to whom the educators turn when they themselves feel unprepared and unable to communicate end-of-life care instructions and guidance to medical trainees. There are theoretical and practical implications for health communication scholars in the sense-making and paradoxical approach to end-of-life communication education currently provided to medical trainees. When facing challenging situations in communicating uncomfortable topics, the pragmatism and strategic communication of stakeholders can be applied to study similar issues in healthcare settings, particularly in the context of cultural and structural challenges. From the theoretical perspective, we apply the principles of ventriloquism to a new context of end-of-life communication. Ventriloquism, as a theoretical lens, offers an alternative but powerful understanding of organizations as constitutive of both living and non-living. The Montreal School of Communication forwards hybridity as a template to understanding the underlying communicative processes which constantly build, rebuild, and manifest interactional materiality, as forwarded by research. Now, Constantini and Wilder-Wool's work in 22 Notes that as ventriloquist and figure interact, they animate each other. It is precisely the relationship of attachment, the connections and interdependence with one another that allow them to speak simultaneously as distinct figures and as a collective. The apparent dissociation and relocation of voice and agency, as seen in ventriloquist and figures interaction, refines the transference of power and communication in interaction between the living and the non-living in a particular environment. Now that we have had a chance to look at the introduction and theoretical aspects of ventriloquism, I turn my attention to data gathering methods and analysis. So the interview guide was developed by two of the authors who have formal training and experience in palliative care and medical education. And semi-structured questions were developed to gain a deeper understanding of physicians' comfort level and experiences in teaching palliative care principles to medical trainees. I next move on to the settings and participants to better ground the context of the study. So the United Arab Emirates, or UAE, is a multicultural, multi-ethnic country in the Middle East with a population of approximately 109 million individuals, according to Worldometer. In recent decades, the country has witnessed substantial growth in its healthcare and education infrastructure, and this has occurred in parallel with an aging society and increase in non-communicable diseases and cancer. Palliative care services, however, are underdeveloped in the region. At present, there are a limited number of licensed palliative care physicians in the country, and only 4 hospitals offer comprehensive palliative care services. According to research, most palliative care and end of care in the country is provided in acute hospital settings primarily by non-specialist physicians and medical trainees. So the participants in the study included physicians from an academic medical center in UAE. The hospital serves as an oncology referral center for the region and a safety net hospital serving patients of all socioeconomic levels, regardless of insurance status. It is also the largest provider of postgraduate medical education in the country, sponsoring 268 trainees across a transitional year internship, 8 residency training programs, and 4 fellowships. So purposeful sampling was used for the interviews, and 2 authors interviewed general internalists, critical care physicians, hematologists, and oncologists. We use a grounded theory approach, and I present the results. We had 18 participants, and the physicians represented different specialities and education backgrounds, as well as diverse ethnicities, cultures, and religions. So the first theme that kind of emerged from the study was a sense-making of training policies and challenges. So in this theme, the clinician educators view training and the accompanying challenges as important currencies when offering palliative care management strategies to the residents. All of the physicians interviewed agree that some form of training would be beneficial to the residents, but they have their own opinions regarding how the training should be achieved, along with identification of challenges in imparting those training. They refer to the needs and benefits of having training in palliative care as a tangible, agentic resource or policy that can improve the quality of palliative care in the country, thus consequently muting their own roles as educators in imparting the training or in developing those policies themselves. For example, one physician stated, "I'm a very strong believer that they should be trained," and they in this sense would be residents, "and should be comfortable in making those decisions, end of life, and having those conversations. It is mandatory actually. This is what we require. This is what reduces anxiety." In this conversation, we note that the participants' advocacy for needing to have conversations around end-of-life care. We also know that instead of drawing upon their own teaching expertise, the participant emphasizes the importance of palliative care training as a mandatory policy entity that can help the residents engage in future conversations with their patients. Some physicians also highlighted the residents' agency in the process. As another participant noted, it should be initiated from the residents' end because they always think that they are still on the learning pattern and it will be difficult for them. But I think it should be consultants, specialists, nursing, everyone involved should be there to make it okay for people to discuss it. The above clip portends the confusion of the doctors around how palliative care training needs the involvement and cooperation of all stakeholders. Others discuss the need for policies for training, not only for the residents, but for faculty as well, given the lack of clear mandates around palliative care. As one educator succinctly recalled, if you don't have a practice policy, you just can't teach. If they, the residents, will not practice, most of the time, if I am there, they will go in shadows. So they will not initiate the discussions. So in this conversation, the participant acknowledged that the residents may not always play a proactive role in learning about palliative care. Another participant shared the sentiments of lack of stakeholder involvement for training. From my point of view, I wish that more residents would prefer being trained because then they would not only get paid by money, they would actually get satisfaction in our profession. In this interaction, the participant draws upon how both faculty members and residents need to be trained with a curriculum that embraces the guidelines laid out specifically to teach in the local context, while noting the current issues might prevent them and the residents from doing so. Adding to these training discourses are the parallels that some participants draw by using their personal experience to address the lack of palliative care training in the country, without bringing attention to themselves as human resources for teaching. Now that we have looked at the sense-making of training policies and challenges, we now pay attention to structural practices, which is our next theme. Structural practices as a theme, the collective, constitute the collective of rules, regulations, policies, and the everyday organizational practices of the teaching hospital. It is explained by the educators that how normal activities are carried out and the interactions and expectations of physicians and trainees around the discourse of palliative care. Now, by recognizing the limits and roles of such structural practices in patient management, the physicians draw upon these structures as living and able to influence how palliative care is taught. Simultaneously, they work within these structures to deliver the education without being overtly visible, intentionally or unintentionally. The participants note the existing structures as challenging to the teaching of end-of-life care. For example, one physician brings up the inadequacies in structural practices in palliative care education in the local setting compared to his country of training. Says, referring to UK, we used to discuss all the mortalities and that's how we used to debrief it. We used to have this monthly mortality meeting for all the stroke patients in an open environment with everybody around. Here, how we do the mortality meetings, it's very different. And other participants offer explanations of the lack of structural resources, which create issues in teaching end-of-life care. The structural resources, including multidisciplinary teams and palliative care specialists, are considered central to teaching the residents, and the lack of these resources are often highlighted. I think we don't have enough expertise in the system to deal with palliative medicine education. I don't think we have the team that takes care of all the aspects. Because you want to teach this, you need the whole team here, like social workers, case managers, psychologists, counselors, the nurses, and the spiritual leader. Everyone needs to be on one team together to make it easier for us to deliver this kind of service. In the above quote, the physician notes the structural resources that are required to teach the end-of-life care and the lack of these resources in the current system. Other physicians, however, explained how existing structures provided opportunities. Some educators discussed ways that they use structural everyday practices, such as family meeting with patients, to help residents gain experience. One participant elaborates, the residents sit with me. They come into my office as I counsel. Each patient that I see, that's how they learn the concepts of palliative care. I have never given a didactic talk about it. But what I normally do is get our team members to sit with me when I'm talking to the patient so that they can see the interaction. Now, the structural requirement of counseling patients becomes this opportunity for the physician to teach palliative care communication, substituting their role as an educator to that of existing structural practices. The next theme that we have are the cultural practices. And this forms an important crux in understanding palliative care education in the context of UAE. So the cultural practices of UAE are often considered to be important factors in palliative care education. The physicians refer the norms and practices of the country that shape how palliative care education is perceived and addressed. The participants highlight the residents' position as upholders of the cultural expectations surrounding death, dying, and the understanding of appropriate normative practices to follow, especially when communicating with patients' families. As one of the educators explained, the one thing I felt in this country is that every patient was an ICU candidate. Why would you take somebody who is going to die and make their last few weeks of life so torturous with what we do in the ICU? It was never designed for that purpose. Imagine that situation and then others who feel it's wrong not to do CPR. A couple of residents, especially when I first came, said to me, "You have to do CPR. It's everybody's right." One of the residents was saying in a DNR situation, "Don't leave me. I don't know what to do with this. Like all the patients go to ICU. I don't know what to do." And the resident was really afraid because there was no CPR ongoing. There was nothing to be done. In the above quote, we note the agentic understanding of culture as an important signifier to how end-of-life care is discursively constructed and understood. Another participant highlights that end-of-life teaching in the Western context is not relevant or adaptable locally. The participant reflects that this is a cultural issue. And we have to understand that the culture is very strong, and to dismiss it would be wrong. So I think we have to tread this very carefully. I think it would be wrong for us to implement the West-centric thought processes, the Western ideas completely here. It may not work. In this admission, the participant places culture at the heart of medical education. So all of the participants refer to an experiential model of training where the role of the educator is minimized, particularly when end-of-life communication is foregrounded. This happens through experiential learning when the resident is immersed in cultural discourses of death and dying with the patients and their families without any teaching cues provided by the educator, but rather through sense-making and practice and experience. As one participant described when asked about the cultural practices related to teaching palliative care, "Sometimes I go with the resident, so they like my way of communicating. I tell the truth, but in a different way. We are in the Middle East, and we should have our own way of telling the bad or breaking bad news." Another participant shared how reminding the students of culture as an everyday practice of communicating palliative care helped him reach out to the residents. "So when I do rounds with the residents, I would tell them that this patient is coming with possible cancer. What are we going to do even if we diagnose cancer? The patient will not tolerate surgery because of age. But then you have to run it by the patient, by the family, and try to convince them not to be aggressive. But at the end, after that, if they say, I want everything to be done, then I have to do it unless I get some clear instruction otherwise." In the above quote, the educator places the normative ideals of palliative care via familial negotiations that the students themselves are advised to do in order to make an appropriate end-of-life care decision. The educators in this case defer to the cultural practices as teaching resources for the residents to learn about palliative care. Next, I turn my attention to the final theme, and that is immersive anticipatory practices. All the participants noted the futility of imposing a standardized Western curriculum in the local context, particularly regarding end-of-life communication skills. However, the existing normative, structural, and cultural considerations around palliative care were challenging, and policies were either vague or lacking. The participants shared their struggle to formally teach palliative care to the residents. However, they shared their anticipation and plans to teach, should the option be made available to them. As one of the physicians notes, the residents listened to the conversation with patients, but teaching? No, we don't do this because I don't know. I don't want to say that I gave up on this here, but it's really difficult. There is no way the patients will accept it. I've tried it many times. But I don't remember any case that turned out well with me. I don't know if someone else has been able to convince a family to make a decision about end of life. So this is why I was thinking, what would be the solution for this problem here? So I think the best will be in the community, education, in the media, sometimes talking about palliative care or medical lectures or something on TV. So in the above conversation, the physician shares the futility of formal training on this topic. Instead, the physician recommends that there should be community awareness through public health messaging about palliative care principles in the media. Where do we go with this? So in this study, we looked at the meaning-making practices of physicians using the lens of ventriloquism to clarify and explain how they teach palliative and end of care to their residents. We examined the communicative acts related to palliative care education, which, although essential for medical residents, can be embedded in structural and cultural contradictions around the concepts of death and dying. We looked at the 4 themes that emerged from the interviews of physicians who work closely with residents in providing palliative care education and support for seriously ill patients. We also make sense of the participants' desire to overcome teaching barriers by circumventing their own role as educators in favor of other resources for end-of-life training. In this regard, the physicians distract from their own roles and expectations as educators by bringing attention to other factors that impact and impede the training, a sort of educational ventriloquism. Our findings are consistent with earlier research about the challenges associated with end-of-life medical training in UAE. The current data also highlights the importance of palliative care education for medical residents, but the challenges inherent in providing training in a non-Western setting. In addition, we note the agentic role of the residents themselves in realizing the value of training as discussed by the educators, particularly when standardized teaching practices and syllabi are not available. The study points to the role of educational policy frameworks around end-of-life communication and patient care, and the ways in which these policy frameworks are situated amidst the complexities of cultural and structural contexts. Outside of the Western models of palliative care communication training, developed within the dominant context of the United States, participants negotiate the challenges of not having a clear, culturally and structurally grounded guidelines for understanding and operationalizing the education. The absence of a clear communication framework results in ambiguities in training. Although participants know the importance of developing a framework for training, they simultaneously point to the lack of an existing one. This results in recognition of the need to educate both faculty as well as residents in palliative care communication. The barriers to training and seeking training by the residents brings into focus a need articulated by prior research for having standardized and clear guidelines on end-of-life communication. In addition, the structural context of healthcare organization shaped the teachings of palliative care communication. Particularly salient are the roles, rules, policies, and norms within healthcare. The lack of structural frameworks for end-of-life discussion limits the possibilities for education and training and palliative care communication. The absence of explicit policy frameworks that inform end-of-life communication results in gaps in education, with the physicians often experiencing uncertainty and discomfort regarding what and how to communicate. Moreover, the cultural context plays a key role in shaping end-of-life communication and education. Participants note that the dominant framework is West-centric, largely informed by education programs developed in US. They note the limits of this framework in the cultural context of Middle East, further highlighting the absence of culturally informed palliative care education programs. Finally, in the absence of existing structural resources, participants discuss anticipatory practices. They note that opportunities for educating residents often emerge from everyday experiences of communication with the hospitalized patients. Building sustained structures for education are critical, and they suggest that the everyday practices form a basis to create this curricula and policies. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. So if there are any questions around here online, please let me know.
were the ethnicities of participants? Did that have any difference on their views?
That's a very good point. So often research has shown that the doctors who actually work in UAE are they come from different cultural contexts.
Yeah, I just wondered if does that make it like an impact on how they view it and how they practice?
That's not that we found in the study, but that actually is a very interesting thought to think about, and something that definitely can be considered for the next iteration. And I would definitely make that as a point to kind of move. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Are there any more questions for the room? Or online? Yeah.
As I said, like I mean, as Phoebe said, yeah. I mean, Middle East is multicultural. I'm sure there are doctors from India. There are doctors from so many other countries, and in a multicultural context, having a standardized guideline or having a more of a, I mean, I'm just wondering. Is it culturally informed or culturally making everyone come together and be the decision? Because coming from a CCA methodological background, I think culturally informed is again making the patients become targets of something that's very standardized and decided at the top level, but culturally sensitive. But patients' involvement and patients' family involvement should be equal, if not less, or if how their involvement is equally important, because there are doctors from different cultural background. There are also patients from different cultural backgrounds, not just Middle East. There's a huge Indian population. There's a huge, population from other Western countries as well. So having one standardized framework, I believe is might be a similar perpetuation of the Western biomedical approach.
Yes, and I think there are two parts to it. So in UAE, what happens is for graduate medical education, there's this framework that comes in from US where they have to have these many competencies as a medical student in order to kind of and they have to show that they have actually attain those competencies in order to complete their training. So that's something that has come in from a very non-UAE context, so that they have to do because it's apparently standardized, rationalized way of doing things. The conversation that run parallels and to which our research kind of contributes is that is not the case. When you are kind of imposing that, it always have like resistance from ground up. And I think this CCA model kind of the one that you're referring to kind of holds to that. And what we are looking at then are these challenges faced by the doctors themselves when they are trying to they're having the standard guidelines, but somewhere they're finding that they're not able to connect ground up because the space has no it's kind of, how do I say this, invisible around this context of palliative care. It's not systematized. It doesn't have specializations within the hospitals themselves. So then we find different disciplines or different specialities talk about palliative care and they're doing their own thing themselves. And that's where no one's willing to come up with these suggestions themselves, but refer to all these bits and pieces using the other voice, right? Puppets, if you will, them and their dummy. They're dissociating their voices in that manner, because the whole idea is there needs to be something ground up. There needs to be it needs to be specialized, very standardized, but definitely not the norms and the ideals that are set by a standardized education you're bringing in from outside.
Right.
And that is where I think our paper wants to kind of argue that it's important to take the cultural context of the space within which you are. And CCA does that as well. And CCA is a very systematized approach to that.
Yeah, so there's a lack of a common communicative space where everybody can come together, because there is just no space for all the disciplines and patients and everyone to come together.
Yes, and therefore by using the theoretical lens of ventriloquism, what I'm doing is essentially foregrounding the voices of the physicians themselves and not anyone else.
Yeah.
Where exactly are they? Because I think they are caught in the middle, if you will. On
Right.
one hand, they have to talk
Yeah.
to the patients' families, give them the best possible care. They have to guide their medical students into gaining those competencies, and then do not necessarily the residents do not have the necessarily systematized knowledge of end of care. Other than that, they have picked up from the conversations.
Yeah. They lack of structural support.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's where I think the whole dilemma comes in, and this complexities arise.
I don't know the context at all, but is there not like a community hospice for end of life care? In New Zealand, if people are dying, often
Yes.
what will happen is they'll go into a hospice, which is kind of based in the community, and it's a very different approach. It's more about well-being.
I can look that up, but the cultural context of UAE, the studies that we have done is it's very family-centered, family-oriented, and end-of-life decisions are always embedded within the familial context. The members make a choice on behalf of the patients, and UAE doesn't have a DNR.
Okay.
And everything that needs to be done. So one of the themes that we had, in one of the themes, the participants actually talk about.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
So everything that can be done needs to be done to revive the patient. But US has very clear policies. So if we are basing,
we have do not trust.
Exactly. So that's an option, but that's not an option in UAE given to the patients or the families.
Yeah.
It's not talked about. Again, a given or a non-given implies that there is something structurally in place. So there is no conversation around that. Just to kind of rectify this, coming in from the space of the research.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Dutta. And we will be moving on to the next session very shortly. So stay with us.
Our second presentation for Part B, Day 1, is a culturally centering the development of communication infrastructures in the margins, Subaltern Perspectives in Aotearoa, a paper authored by Phoebe Elers, Mohan Dutta, Steve Elers, Terri Richard Torres. So over to you, Phoebe.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, my name's Phoebe. As you mentioned, my presentation today is titled Culturally Centering the Development of Communication Infrastructures in the Margins, Subaltern Perspectives in Aotearoa. I'm reporting on two separate projects undertaken in New Zealand. The first was in Glenanis, a project that I led, and the other project is based in an area in Palmerston North, Highbury, which was led by Dr. Terri. The projects were underpinned by the culture-centred approach, which involves working with community members who are actively sought out from the margins of the margins to identify problems and co-develop infrastructures for health and well-being. And in the culture-centred approach, it does so through a range of qualitative methods, from ethnographic fieldwork in communities to the formation of a community advisory board to govern the research processes. Now, the development of these communication infrastructures are a crucial component of the culture-centred approach, and it's one of the ways it works towards transformation within communities. However, there is a notable absence in the representation and examination of these infrastructures in disciplinary journals. Now, this is problematic for a range of reasons. Of course, academic scrutiny is valuable for bringing theory into practice, and it leaves a whole range of questions unaddressed for culture-centred researchers. But more broadly, by focusing on the representation of the formative methods from the culture-centred approach, value is placed on these methods in accordance with the intellectual tradition, while value is diverted away from the actual transformative purpose of the approach. So the present study explores community perspectives of the development of communication infrastructures for health and well-being across these two low-income suburban sites, Glenanis in Auckland and Highbury in Palmerston North. This is kind of part two of this project. I have published a paper in which the researchers reflected on this process. This is reflecting on the participants' experiences from a range of different methods. I'll start by giving a summary of the two projects, and then I'll go through the methods and the results from the paper. So these images are from Glenanis. That was the project that I led. I started in late 2018, I think it was in November. My husband and I were actually doing it together, which was great with our kids. And we did ethnographic field work. We did 60 in-depth interviews. In 2019, we established a community advisory board, and then we co-developed a campaign. And as stated in this slide, you know, the initial challenges that were highlighted in the interviews and advisory board meetings was the displacement of residents, because there was a development going on. You might be able to see in one of those images, houses were being knocked down and people were being moved around the area, but also moved outside the area. There was also inadequate access to healthcare and healthy housing. So that's what the campaign in Glenanis was aiming to address. What just keeps moving? Okay, so we worked with a community advisory board to co-develop the Poverty is Not Our Future campaign. And it was a means of raising awareness of the challenges and issues that people in the community were facing. It might be a little bit unclear, but in this slide, there's some storyboarding, there's some voting going on. I think that was of the slogan, Poverty is Not Our Future. So I'm just going to play, we brought my colleague, Richard Torres in, and he worked with the storyboarding and filmed a series of advertisements. I'm just going to play one of those today.
Where you live determines the quality Sika.
Poverty is not our future.
Okay, so we didn't have sound in that video, but it was actually narrated by one of the community members. Luckily, we had subtitles down the bottom. The Poverty is Not Our Future campaign was launched in early 2020 with a press conference fronted by community members and members of the research team. You might be able to see me. I'm being interviewed in one of those images with my daughter.
O te pōharatanga kei te ngau tonu i te hapuri o kutoia, i te rāwhiti o tama ki makaurau, i whitu te kautau i muri mai i tā te kāwanatanga whakawhanake i te rohe, hei wāhi whakatū whare kāwanatanga ki reira, i ngā taurima te kau. Ko e nā mate kei te whakaarahia ake i tētahi kaupapa hou, ara ko poverty is not our future. And e Jess Tyson, me ngā whakamārama.
Ko ngā hanganga whare hou kei te horapa i te takiwā o Ukutoia. Engari, ko te mate kāinga kore kei te ngau tonu.
Housing, there's families on the beach at the moment. There's people with their children in the car and they're in pup tents out on the beach, basically down by the wharf, and that's sleeping.
He kōrero I hāngai ana ki a Claire, kua noho ki konei mai rā anō.
Housing, like with, issues with my home. It's cold and damp in the winter, which is causing my kids to get sick.
Ko tētahi atu take, ko te wāroa kia whai wāhi ki ngā ratonga hauora.
We need more medical facilities. I mean, I know there's another one up. I take my kids up to one that you make appointments at because waiting in line is just, it's crazy.
E ono te kau ngā tāngata I uiuia, ko te toko maha he Maori. Nā ngā kai noho te rangahau I ārahi, rātau tahi ko te kuninga ki Purehuroa.
We started off in November 2018. We did a lot of interviews. In May, we formed an advisory board.
E ai ki te hunga I uiuia, nā te pōhara he māma ake te hoko kai hinu. Ko te kai whakapō wauwau me te inu waipiro, e tahi mate nui, e tino ki te ana.
People have to know there is poverty and what it is and how it affects communities, drug infestation, alcoholism. That all comes hand in hand with poverty because there's nothing else they can do.
Ka tukuna e nei rangahau ki ngā mema pāremata o te rohe.
We're going to ask them to come and meet people on our advisory board and just sit down and just kōrero with them.
Ko te mana ko ia, ka puta e nei nawe kia rongo atia ai a tōna wā.
One of the some of the coverage from the press release that was on a national television station called Maori Television, which is why it was in a mixture of Te Reo Māori language and English. We undertook interviews with residents that were involved in the project in late 2020, and that formed part of the paper that I'll be discussing. Now, in Highbury, that study was at the time led by Dr. Terri. It was also underpinned by the culture-centred approach, and it followed a similar process to Glen Innes. They undertook ethnographic field work and in-depth interviews before forming a community advisory board. And in Highbury, the residents' narratives really uncovered this positive side to Highbury, where there was a strong sense of community and people care and support one another. So they undertook a photo voice project, and that was where they undertook a training session and were given access to cameras and processing software at the university to show their lens of Highbury. These photos were actually from the launch of the Photo Voice exhibition. It went on a bit of a tour. It started off in a laundromat in the area, and it eventually ended up in our public library. This keeps moving. So this was a so the study today is looking at both of these different projects. We are reporting on the in-depth interviews undertaken in 2018 to 2019. In Glen Innes, there were 60 interviews. Highbury, there were 59. in both sites, their advisory board, recorded advisory board focus groups, 5 in each site. The membership changed in both of the sites, but overall in Glen Innes there were 22 residents involved, and in Highbury there were 18. And then in 2019 there were interviews undertaken in Highbury, 8 interviews, and in 2020 there were 13 qualitative interviews. Okay, so we did grounded theory analysis of all of that data. And uncovered 4 overarching themes. The first was building spaces of listening. There was this corresponding distrust towards outsiders who endeavour to undertake research or provide services within their communities. And what was emphasised within this theme was the need to listen to those with first-hand experiences of local challenges and developing infrastructures for health and well-being across both sites. The second theme, establishing shared relationships. Related to this, researchers said that research and services don't necessarily need to originate from the community, but they need to be grounded in the communities over time and really make an effort to try to understand. The third theme, collective agency. In both the initial and post-intervention interviews, there was an emphasis on collective agency for the development of infrastructures of well-being. Particularly in Highbury, there was this emphasis on highlighting local talents within the community, and in both sites, anchoring community networks through advisory board focus groups created the conditions for increasing the awareness and raising a critical awareness of local issues, knowledges, and subsequent theory development. And the final theme was amplifying voice. Residents felt that not only the interventions, but even just being part of the advisory board discussions and the interviews were enhanced their health and well-being. Just being asked their views and feeling listened to could have a profound impact. Okay, so I've got some quotes. Anything that's brought to this area from what they call outside, which is geographical and mental, anything that's brought from outside by do-gooders who think that they can help never works, because they never ask them, do you want it? They just say, this is good for you. And they'll say, well, we're quite happy. So you can see in this quote, there's this resistance to, outside organisations coming in without listening and being there over time. So this is another one, also from Highbury, reflecting on the project. This was a post-intervention interview, working together as a collective and coming up with our kaupapa. Kaupapa is kind of like topic. It's a Maori word. Or vision, what we wanted to capture about being in this community and being part of this community and doing that together. I think that our community needs more chances for us to have our say. Now this one is from this quote is from Glen Innes. It was by a community researcher who was initially interviewed and then was also interviewing other participants. I had people even breaking down when I was interviewing them because they feel like their voices haven't been heard or people just don't care. So when they participate in things like this, they feel like at least someone is listening. Okay, so discussion. There are limitations of our study. Being qualitative, it is limited to the sites where it was undertaken. Furthermore, the interviews were undertaken by researchers on behalf of the project, so that poses a limitation as well. But the key points that was raised, that there was an increased awareness and critical consciousness within communities. There was this resistance to services and interventions developed by outsiders. And finally, building spaces of listening was grounded in trust and relationships. Great, thank you. Any questions?
Question.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Phoebe. That was amazing and very much, it was very thoughtful, very deep. And my question to you is, being involved in the field, what was your reflexivity in terms of you had to think about this later as a researcher? What thoughts came to your mind at that point of time? And what do you think of this project at this point of time? And how has it changed or not changed?
Yeah, that's That's a really good question. So in the CCA, we engage in reflexivity. We undertake, part of that is journaling and undertaking notes. I think at the time when I started off in Glen Innes, it was quite confronting. You know, it's one thing to kind of read about issues, but actually to be there in houses, be where it's cold and you're seeing children. And I really feel it had a toll on me. I took it away with me and I felt really bad and really sad. But over time, I really realized that, there was this really positive side. There were really strong relationships as well. So yeah, it really changed over time. And I think it took time for me to understand kind of the community and how the community itself was a resource, and kind of changed my lens in that sense. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it was kind of the journey that I went through, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much.
Just wanted to understand, like when you did this research, so what has changed now? Because the question that Dr. Dutta asked, like what has changed now, and what was this research was mostly to create a framework for development communication, or was it trying to solve any issues that they were having?
A few different matters. Part of it was to kind of give voice because people felt like they weren't being heard. Well, this is in Glen Innes. There was kind of this feeling that they weren't being listened to and that the government didn't understand their challenges. So we did this campaign and it actually highlighted some of the key issues that we had discussed in the actual initial interviews. I think the campaign itself had some impact. I was on a radio station and then my interview was played to the Mayor of Auckland, and then he had to respond to that. And there has been some changes in the way they're doing the actual development, because one of the key challenges was the displacement. So people were being displaced within the area, but there was this feeling that they were being pushed out as well, this kind of gentrification taking place. So I think that helped to kind of create the conditions for change. But I think as well as that, for actual residents that were involved in the project through the whole time, I feel like there was a sense of empowerment. And we've seen, residents that, weren't employed for many years actually get jobs and sort of change over time. And I think that helped with their confidence. And I think that had a big impact on them as well. But yeah, and the purpose of the one in Highbury was to show a different side to Highbury, because often in the media it's depicted, with crime and the positive side isn't shown. So once again, at the actual opening, which was at a laundromat, it was attended by city councillors. So it was really a good way of kind of getting their messaging out there.
Yeah. Did it have any policy recommendations as such? Like what was the recommendations from your research?
Our recommendation, well, we were trying to raise awareness. I can't say, concretely that, everything, things have changed from that, but there have been changes to the way they're doing that, the redevelopment of the housing, where they're trying not to push families out, because there was this big perception that, this place is not going to be for us anymore. And a lot of people were being pushed to another area, which is South Auckland.
Yeah.
In Highbury, it was more about showing a different side to the area rather than trying to push a policy change, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Did you find any parallels between the two communities? And is there anything from your research that is, I know qualitative research is very context specific, but is there anything that can be generalized in terms of, you're talking about displacement and talking about development and how it displaces these local communities? Do you find anything that can be generalized in a way that applies to similar contexts?
There are a lot of parallels. I mean, the development was only being undertook in Glen Innes, of course, but there was the same sort of experiences and challenges in terms of being able to access healthcare, quality housing, more so in Glen Innes, but in both, and some of the social issues. And in both sites, actually, community was a resource. Stories like, okay, we don't have transport to the health clinic, but we help each other. Okay, we know someone, we're going to pull together, and same with food as well. And so what we found is that when there was the COVID-19 pandemic, that they had, this is outside of this research, but that had an impact because it was that face-to-face culture of support that really was a lifeline. So yeah, I guess it's that role of community and support. And, you know, when you think about the COVID-19 pandemic, then trying not to disrupt that if you can.
Yeah. It's interesting. It just, there seems to be parallel with my research as well. It's like how community comes together, you know, in face of the structural challenges created, exacerbated by the pandemic. And yeah, really nice to hear your research. Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions.
Any questions online, Breeze? Right. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and take a break, and our next panel will be at 1:30. Right, very good. So thank you very much for joining us, and we will be back a little bit later. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Nabila toku ingoa. I'll be chairing this session for this afternoon. So welcome back to the afternoon session, part C of Day 1 ICA Pacific Regional Hub 2023, hosted by Care Massey University. So we're changing things up a bit for this afternoon session. We're starting with Pooja Jayan's pre-recorded presentation because unfortunately she's unwell. And her presentation is Nobody Cares About Us, COVID-19 and Voices of Refugees from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Over to the pre-recording.
We are in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. When the global leaders gather to discuss about health, the voices of people at the margins are never heard. There is little record of the painful choices that people at the margins make in protecting themselves and their families. The study is about one such group, the refugees in New Zealand. The study aims to understand the health and well-being meanings of refugees at the margins during COVID-19 lockdown in New Zealand. A refugee is a person who is outside of his country and is unable to or unwilling to go to his country because of fear of persecution on the reasons such as race, religion, nationality, or membership to a particular group. A little bit about the history of refugees in New Zealand. The New Zealand Refugee Quota Program was introduced in 1987. If you look at the history of refugees in New Zealand, the immigration policies were framed to exclude refugees. From 19th century to mid-20th century, the policies were framed to exclude refugees and it preferred people of European origin. Regardless of the growing number of refugees worldwide, the New Zealand refugee quota was kept at 700 to 800 places. New Zealand was hesitant to accept large number of refugees fearing public backlash. These are the top 10 countries from which the refugees arrive in New Zealand. So once the refugees reach New Zealand shores, they go to the Mangere camp where they are given a 6-week induction program. Later on, they are taken to specific destinations in New Zealand. After that, the resettlement services of refugees is provided by voluntary sector. New Zealand was about to increase the refugee quota by 1,500, but because of COVID-19, it remains Refugee health remains at the margins in broader discussions and are a frequently forgotten population in healthcare strategies. Refugee healthcare comprises of many challenges, including language barriers, cultural disparities, substantial trauma, and limited economic resources. Despite its strong humanitarian commitment, the New Zealand government approach to resettlement of refugees is criticized for producing unsatisfactory outcomes for the refugee population. The influx of COVID-19 has pushed us into a rapid adjustment mode, where the national and global responses have left behind refugees at the margins. Families prior to COVID-19 have poorer health and social outcomes in New Zealand. The classification of refugees as victims often masks the politics of the West and the goal of sustaining the existing power structures. By speaking for the refugees, the government, the NGOs, and other organizations are ignoring the voices of refugees. Here, we try to bring forth voices of the refugees by learning from below. Here, I am using a culture-centered approach or CCA. CCA seeks to create dialogic spaces where people at the margins can participate, raise their issues, and give solutions in locally meaningful ways to put forth theories of health and well-being. CCA places communities and the voices at the center of decision-making process based on the idea that communities know the best solutions to the problems identified by them. So listening to the voices serves as points of change, putting the spotlight on the structures that marginalize people at the margins through the language of development, modernization, and participation. This CC project intends to invert how stories are told and who gets to tell these stories. The participants of this study includes 30 refugees in the Amazon region of New Zealand. Government's one-size-fits-all approach has escalated fear and anxieties among refugee communities. The notion of kindness was embodied in pandemic communication by the New Zealand government. However, the voice of refugees found out that they were left out with less access to support services during the pandemic. The lack of support services was expressed to words like, "We did not have enough support, we did not know where to go to, we did not get the mask anywhere, the council did not help." And during the COVID-19, people were asked to make behavioral changes to protect themselves by following preventive measures such as wearing masks, gloves, and sanitizers. However, the structures remained as such, preventing the people at the margins from accessing these resources. The price of the sanitizers and the gloves were so high for the refugees who were already on a benefit, and there were nothing much they could do. The narratives also point out that the refugees with limited English language proficiency face substantial barriers accessing support services. The challenges included lack of access to readily translated information or difficulties in filling up forms for government support. The patterns of mobility left the refugees more vulnerable as they were limited in their abilities to support one another within communities. The pandemic mechanism of self-reporting and contact tracing created substantial challenges for the refugees, especially for the elderly. Filling up forms and writing down names and addresses was very difficult. These voices point out that it is necessary to consider the mobility and geospatial networks of refugees while implementing lockdowns. Even before the pandemic, the healthcare outcomes were predominantly worse among refugee population. The anecdotes of refugees point out that they missed physicians' appointments and routine clinic visits due to the imposed lockdowns. Additionally, healthcare organizations banning patients from having support people or visitors escalated language barriers and anxiety concerning medical treatments among refugee communities. Although online booking and telephonic consultation was made an option, refugees found it hard to access the daily services and found the process prohibitive. Furthermore, online providers of health were not able to provide inclusive or culturally responsive care. The chronicles of refugees show that they went through long and stressful waiting periods while trying to access health care. So overall, the non-existence of voices of refugees in the policymaking space establishes the marginalization, and hence there is a need to foster participatory spaces for listening to the voices of the refugees at the margins. An approach to pandemic communication, like in New Zealand, touted as an exemplar of effective pandemic communication, can be inadequate to address the needs of the refugees at the margins. So contrary to the dominant pandemic communication view that health is an individual accountability, where every being is accountable for his or her health and well-being, the narratives of the refugees articulated health in the language of support and relationships within communities. There is a need to create entry points to listen to the voices of the refugees and introduce them to discursive frameworks that have systematically erased them through top-down models. Thank you.
until the next session. Thanks.
Kia ora. And thank you for attending the 73rd International Communication Association's Conference, Pacific Regional Hub 2023, which was hosted by the Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation, Mass University, Aotearoa, New Zealand, on centering indigeneity methodologies of decolonization. I hope you had a good session today. We had a good session today. I hope you had a lot of insight to take away from what the participants had to share about their papers. We hope to meet you tomorrow. We start at 9 a.m. New Zealand time, and I will see you here tomorrow. Thank you.